This is always going to be the most insane game story-wise. I had to take an entire day just to just cut back for a minute to process everything, but also Sage and Reaper have been the most fun jobs to play. I love it. Anyways, hello everybody. I can already just like I hope to progress in this story like significantly and figure out what is going on, because I'm still just mentally shocked by the fact that everything that's happened has happened. Like this is a sight. This is not something I would have ever. You know, it's funny because like other games, worlds, universes, whatever have you, have always have done like the moon thing, right? Which is kind of like whatever. Hold on, but like never to the point though that it is an actual epic like this. Like I never would have thought of all the places and worlds and things and whatever to be that like we would actually like being on the moon in this game is insanity. But I don't want to even waste any time. Let's do this. Also, for in case of anything, I should actually go. You know what? Sorry, I'm gonna go be an old person, and I'm gonna actually go run quickly and grab a scarf. Pidgey, man the fort. Yeah, because I'm definitely gonna get cold if anything. And I totally just dropped my headphones. Cool. Yeah, I'll be right. Like I'll be like right back. I just gotta get. I gotta get like yeah, because I honestly just I don't really know what to expect in any case scenario that like I sit here and like shiver because it was not that cold. Um, when we were streaming, I mean that's also because I was like outside, but this time we're actually like I'm indoors and it's actually cold. Like it's a lot cooler. So okay, let's get into it. Before we speak at length, I believe a change of surrounds is in order. I have more than ill tidings to share. You see, I sensed others arriving, not... What? Who else? What? Oh, maybe the team, because I know that we left them behind to come deal with the moon stuff, but, okay. Though my communications with Hyden have grown infrequent, I have learned enough from her to know these are your comrades. Okay, and as luck would have it, they have already reached my abode. Alright, let's go join them. You're done crying and finish on this queue? Alright. I honestly am apologetic for the delay in continuing because I have been have been griefing over the fact that I've been leveling up other jobs because I've been low-key trying to work on Reaper and Sage. I'm gonna love it, especially the last map. Listen, that's setting the bar high. I understand it though, because like, oh no, I understand because when we saw the Tempest in when we saw the Tempest in Shadowbringers, I got exceptionally emotional. Even just thinking about the tunes of that song, I'm already like, oh my god, if those Tempests out of the park, that's crazy. Yes, they are indeed the three incensed. Okay. Wait, think what you're still in your here. That's it though? Okay. I know it's crazy, but it's true. Dare I ask what happened before we arrived? Oh shoot. Okay, it's fine. I believe you. Okay. Thank goodness you were unharmed. We did what we could to subdue the temper before making our way here. Not without casualties, unfortunately. Some few detonated explosives, killing themselves and others. The contingent's healers had their hands full tending to the injured and enthralled when we took our leave. Lest you wonder, Mistress Cryle has also been delivered onto their care. Serving as a conduit for Heidelin's power had taken its toll, but she will recover in due course. Right, because Heidelin took over Cryle's body, which has been a frequent habit, and I don't think I actually like that. I didn't think about it too often until just now, though, but the idea that Cryle and Heidelin, there's a connection that's happening with that, that's honestly, Heidelin's getting too comfortable taking over her body. Like, she can take over anybody else that has the echo, but taking over Cryle, I mean, I know not us because, like, duh, but, like, that's happening way too frequently. Alright. As for Alpha and Alize, they insist on remaining in Garlemald while we three rush to your aid. It appears, however, that matters here have already come to a conclusion. Oh, I kind of understand. Okay. Because we've only dealt with the towers as dungeons, so I can understand if, like, the next dungeon involves, like, I mean, we'll see. Okay. But what manner of conclusion, if I may ask? And is this the ally whom Heidelin bade you seek out? He is not unlike the Shades of Amarat. Not unlike, perhaps, but not the same. I was created by Heidelin together with this place. It has ever been my duty to keep vigil over Zodiac, or rather, it was my duty. Yeah, he broke out, and we killed him, and then something happened. Yeah. I mean, I understand. I know it actually would happen, but you know, the whole purpose was the whole plot of Daniel was to do what he did. And then Zodiac is no more, right? But that's not a problem, though. And not without consequence. I'm afraid. For now, the delicate weave of the star preserved by his presence will begin to unravel. If you mean to avert the final days, you shall have need of. Are you alright? My attempts to forestall Zodiac's release have all but exhausted my strength. If you might allow me to rest for a short while, I will share with you all that I can. Please do. You need not invert yourself on our account. These crystal records contain records of your time. These crystals contain records of your time here, yes? May we peruse them while we wait? By all means, if you would review them chronologically, might I suggest beginning with those on the upper floor? Okay. I shall leave that to you while I see what can be gleaned from the crystals on the lower levels. Okay. I also tried to do some organizing of like the hotbar. I think I have it solidified for what we're doing with Dragoon. This is pretty much, I mean, it's kind of nice that they're not changing anything. So, Zodiac defeated. While he may have been in incomplete state, that's nevertheless an impressive feat. But even if you hadn't, his demise was inevitable. Fendenya would have seen it one way or another. That said, he probably would have wielded Zodiac's power to wreak untold destruction before taking his own life, meaning this the better of the two unfavorable outcomes. Oh yeah, because if Fendaniel was actually able to like create another rejoining and then like usher on like a heart of some sort, bruh. Thus I suppose our host have maintained his solitary vigil since the very beginning without rest or relief. If so, these records comprise the sum total of his existence. We must needs handle them with care. Okay. As you gaze into the crystal, ancient knowledge of Zodiac flows through your mind. Daily summary. No abnormalities detected. These appear to be records of a long, lonely vigil on the moon, dating back to the beginning of Zodiac's imprisonment. Huh, okay. So literally since Zodiac has been imprisoned after the battle with Hydaelyn oh so long ago, he's pretty much been just... Okay. Is that that's correct? They've just been trying to do things to create calamities. Nothing that actually makes like Zodiac's revivification. So, okay. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past calamities. Okay. The records describe how, with each rejoining, Zodiac's thirst for freedom grew, as did the strain on the brands. Maintaining Zodiac's imprisonment appears to tax Hydaelyn greatly. Okay. I mean, that's information we kind of already know. Actually, give me 2 seconds. I just want I know that the title is just labeled like "Oh my God," but like I'm also making it like slow pace. I wish that there was a way to like actually tag it so that it's like, you know, we're playing this slow pace. Yeah. Okay, let's see. As you get into the crystal, knowledge of Hester joining still your mind. The records describe how the Watcher's efforts to prepare in the event Zodiac broke free from his prison. The records go on to describe maintenance carried out regularly with the Leperodus. Okay. Okay. Though it's not clear who or what they are. Okay. We do know. Well, at least in live letter knowledge we know. Cool. The records note the Watcher's musings when Elidibus is spotted on the moon, though clearly not for the first time. Oh, that's actually a very valid point, because Elidibus has been on the moon on several occasions, way before we even got here. I didn't even think about that. Okay. It is clear he and his brethren have a keen interest in freeing Zodiac from his prison, and yet they have made no attempt to destroy the brands. Perhaps they prefer he remain hidden from mortal eyes until the final rejoining. Perhaps they realize we would never dare bring harm to Zodiac so long as he remains imprisoned. That's actually fair. We wouldn't... As long as he's imprisoned, like, there's no reason to destroy him, right? Because... whatever. The Watcher had one job, and he was doing it for a long time until things hit the fan. Did you learn anything of import? Yes. Turns out that literally nobody did anything about this actively until now. So it is as we suspected. Maintaining the brands requires a great deal of her energy and focus, and this cost has grown higher with every rejoining. That would explain why contact with her has become rather infrequent since the 7th Umbral Calamity. Oh, okay, because I guess she's trying to like recover. I too made a rather startling discovery. The heavenly body we know to be the moon was in fact created by Hydaelyn. Really? Okay. When the Watcher said he was created together with this place, I thought he only meant the facility. Truly, Hydaelyn's powers are far beyond anything I could have imagined. Interesting. Okay. I thank you for affording me this short move. Oh.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiac and his imprisonment. But perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again.
Mm-hmm.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source? The ethereal sea. Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
Or is it the thing that Hana mentioned, Akasha?
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived. No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
So because during the blue flows of ether that were occurring on parts of the earth, the weakest points were basically being stopped, and so they used that to harness the forces of darkness. And that
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
why would she have his planets of darkness if not to? Huh. There has to be something that doesn't control her. This means that she has an intention that's not at all involving. She has a plan of her own. Pidgey, bro, come on now. Okay. There's a different purpose that she has. That's more than just us getting rid of primals. There's actually a reason behind all this.
The Sessiion set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead.
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Hydaelyn is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question.
That has to mean that though, Minfilia is also being like puppeteered by.
Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
Good question. It's happening.
Yes, but what is it?
Hmm. What? So then the logo explains it, actually. The logo explains it. No way. What in the world? The logo makes sense. Okay. Okay. The time has come for you to be on your way. The crater at the heart of Mare Lamentorum, where Zodiac was imprisoned, is not so easily traversed, however. Let us call upon Argos, the familiar with whom you met earlier. He should have no trouble bearing your cross. As Hydaelyn created me as a jailer, so did So too did she create Argos as the guard. It is his nature to appear when needed, and yet he is nowhere to be found. Strange, mayhap the imbalancing of ether has affected him. Let us make for the crushing brand and attempt to call upon him there. You need but recall the path you walked with Argos before, and you'll find your way. Okay, if he lives in service of Hyrule's plan, I see no reason not to do as he suggests. Shall we make for the crushing brand then? Okay. Okay. I mean, we're gonna do this old-fashioned way. Alright. I'm intrigued by this. The logo makes sense. That it's not what it actually, like, portrayed itself to be. That's actually kind of crazy, though. That was not what I expected. But I get it, though. A lot of it actually makes sense. They're all following Argos right now. But it still doesn't answer the reasoning behind why she decided that. Well, because here's the thing. The explanation that we're getting is that there's something that was inside of the world that made a sound that caused the people to panic, that created the beat, like everything. So there's a third anomaly in the process of all of this that we've yet to see. But if it came from the source, then what is inside the actual... It's at the core of the earth? Knock up preparing for the boundless beauty of Aetheris. Shining, shimmering amidst a sea of stars. A blue sapphire, and but one of countless other jewels brimming with life, no doubt. So close and yet so far. Does not the harsh terrain remind you of somewhere we've been before? The Javanian Forelands. A place that rejects the intrusion of outsiders, where solitude reigns supreme. At the very least, it sounds suitable for Zodiac's prison. With a little preparation, it might be possible to traverse the gap on foot. Then again, it would be a long, long way down if one should slip. Perhaps another time. The place we seek is just ahead at the Chlorophosgrad. You see, Argos cannot manifest without sufficient concentration of ambient ether. You would be hard-pressed to find a greater confluence than inside this cavern. Uh-oh. I was afraid you didn't want to fight, but okay, here we go. Okay. Also, like, dang it. Okay. However, though, because the impression that they gave me was that Aetheris was a world... One second. Before the Great Sundering, there was a single world. I guess it's a different star. That'll make more... Okay, we'll find out, The guard of Zodiac's prison, they have blood-red eyes, slavering maw, and built like a behemoth, I'd imagine. Let's hope he's friendly. curious. This place doth call to mind Pliny, home of the Numu. This cave is thrumming with ambient ether. Alas, for further analysis was a wait. Yes, here will do nicely. The lunar fungi draw ether from the ground, which is then dispersed in the air. At present, however, the ambient energies are not quite sufficient for the Argos to manifest. Might you be willing to express some of your own to help the fungi along? Okay. Don't you dare fight me. There he is. Argo manifests in a flash. She seems glad to see you again. Unexpected, but greatly appreciated. I believe we are all ready. Nice. I think it's safe to assume that that mount, or is a mount, to be, that you can acquire. By assumption, I'm gonna say you get it when every job is 90. What I think. Maybe. I was expecting something a little more intimidating and less man's best friend. To whom would Hydaelyn trust the command of so grand a vessel, I wonder? Delamon has long been described as the loyal hound of Menfina due to its relation to the Greater Moon. It seems highly improbable, but if not impossible, for ancient peoples to have known of Argos, but now I wonder whether there is some connection. Your destination is a structure there across the cradle of darkness. But climb out to Argo's back and he will take care of the rest. Once you arrive, it should not take long to find the ship's crew. The facility is designed to rouse them from their slumber in the event of Zodiac's destruction. Heed their counsel, together you may guide the star and its people to a kinder fate. This is where we part ways, but know that I shall ever be watching and praying for your success. Our allies' assurances notwithstanding, we cannot be certain what awaits us on the other side, so perhaps it would be best if we did not all go at once. I propose the two of us cross first, while Thancred and Oriange wait here. This is amazing. A malefic ether yet permeates from the crater, ruins of Zodiac, most like. This structure is enormous, though that is hardly surprising given the size of the average Amaratian. Apologies for the wait. Right then, let us head inside and... Oh. They're coming with us? Most intriguing. A means by which he can serve with energy mayhap. Well, I certainly wouldn't want him to blink out of existence on our account, helpful as he's been. If Argos is to remain without, let us not keep him waiting ever long. This place is huge. Oh my goodness. This place is huge. Okay. It's crazy to think, though, that the moon is a ship. Like, what? Oh my gosh, and the descent is insane. Yup. And here's another ether location. Okay. Pretty one to the northeast. Is it below? It's probably below. I'm not worried about it right now. Well, we're gonna come back anyways off stream and we're gonna go with stuff. So, truly a marvel beyond description. Its scale is reminiscent of Umron, or rather, the replica we visited on the first. What's going on?
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
Okay. That's a lot. Oh my goodness. Do not tell me that they talk, though.
Look lively, everyone! I know, this 1243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance, for Zodiac, alas, is no more. As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose, to bear the people of Etheris to safety!
Oh, Etheris is also... okay.
Our time has come, my friends!
Okay.
We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate, and don't forget to relay our signal to Etheris.
But we're already...
Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
Just like, what the...
'Tis a rather curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps.
Makes sense, actually.
Perhaps.
Oh, Thancred. I find Oriander's reasoning somewhat flimsy, but the crew seems amicable enough. Given the present crisis, Highland doubtless sought to facilitate cooperation betwixt pilot and passenger. Indeed, it would require a heart as hard as diamond to raise one's voice in anger to beings possessed of such profound saccharinity. Saccharinity? Yeah. Thancred's dumbfounded expression suggests he is still struggling to comprehend the spectacle he has just witnessed. They must be the Laparatus mentioned in the Watcher's records. Not at all unexpected, but the Watcher did bid us heed their counsel. I assume the one who gave that rousing speech was their leader, though we might have to ask about in order to track them down. Come on then, let us be about it. Okay. Let's go down this way because the ether current suggests that there's one in this direction. Whether or not it's actually here, though, is subjective, but we'll find out. No, it's atop. I think it's above us. Okay. Or perhaps all the way... There it is. Okay. Simple enough. This place is huge. And definitely a sanctuary by comparison. Sorry, I saw her outfit. It looked kind of cool. I only saw them from a distance, but their fur was brown if that helps at all. That's fair. The mender is actually here, and I'm gonna take advantage of that because, just straight up, y'all. Am I cheating by doing this? A little bit. Red Pine Sphere. Ooh, that's kind of sick, though. Okay. Lastly. That is so sick. You're gonna have to stop me. Oh my goodness. That's for striking? Okay. You're gonna have to stop me. Okay. Sorry. That outfit is amazing. Oh, that's so good. Ooh. Okay. If I dye it though, because I have it as pink. Respect. I respect the fact that the color, that's a Scalec jacket from the 70s Stormblood Dungeons, but the color scheme is different, so that's cool. It's relatable. Okay. Actually, let me see. What do you have to offer, actually? Nothing I'll need at this present time. But before we talk to the chipper... Oh, I have to do it from the top? Okay. Interesting. I mean, I don't know. You figured that there's like stairs right here, so you wouldn't need to do that, but we do. Well then, without further ado. It's kind of nutty how this game, like, they're not opposed to you taking damage, but also... Alright. The leader of the crew? Not me, I'm afraid. Singing Way is the name. I'm in charge of the construction and maintenance of the atmospheric circulation system. Only the crispest, cleanest air for the people of Aetheris, and that's a promise. Okay. Not that one. Just look at this world, though. Sorry, I thought you saw everything. Such a fascinating apparatus, though. It's hard to believe it could house so many crew members. Even so, there's nothing else here to suggest other types of accommodation. Yeah, these are like the resting pods, so to speak, which is cool. Let's see. Okay, the next one's over that way somewhere, but do you have something to say? Okay. No, you're fine. Oh, here's the dozing off one. What do you think of our clothing? Well, you know, I'm the mastermind behind its design. That's okay, cool. Leader? No. Sleeping Way? My job is, perhaps I better ask. I like how they're like the 7 dwarves. Looks cool. Okay. 67 to the west. Okay, it's up top. Oh my god. Yeah. At the top. I mean, we're probably going to end up going up anyways, but we'll at least, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Oh my gosh, the 7 dwarves. Recording Way. That's cool. Snappy. What? How in the... When did you get here? Who let you in? Why wasn't I told? Were you the ones giving orders earlier? Me? Oh yes, of course. As the only one around here capable of doing anything properly, it fails me to take charge of the others. Okay. Well, well, looks like you beat us here. Your friends, I take it. Is this all of them? A group comprised entirely of children. What must their parents be thinking? This isn't nursery, after all. Though perhaps we should build one. Or did we build one already? No matter, you need to wear your pretty little heads. All will be well, I promise. But goodness me, we shouldn't be standing about gawping. I must take you to meet the others. What others? There's more leopard. Okay. If you could run along back towards the entrance, you'll find a path that leads to the central platform on the upper floor. Okay, that makes sense actually. There's no wrong way to reach it, but it's a large glowing ball at the center if you should find yourselves lost. I shall gather the others and meet you there. Well then, back to the upper floor it is. Here's a not like a dumb question, but no. There's no way. We're going this way. And back up. Southwest or northwest? Okay, just north. Okay. Well, I'm going right. Would they have put an ether out here, just even though we like? They wouldn't have done that, would they? Maybe they did. No, that would not. I mean, or maybe they did. I don't know. Northeast. No, it's up top. So no, they would not have done that. That would be like a wee bit illogical. We got to come back to that area at some point, or we haven't gotten there yet, and that makes more sense as well. Okay, cool. Okay, before flopping away and okay. Let's see. Northeast. Is it inside the what? It's because we're under the thing is underneath. Any phone? Oh, there it is. Okay. I was gonna say that I thought it was on top of the globe. I would have not been prepared to figure out how to get up there. Okay. Just had to make sure. Okay. From Arlamatorium to wow. I mean, in fairness though, they have not even given us enough opportunity to get other ether coins around, so all is good. And we haven't even ventured out east yet, so that's also cool. Covering their size, getting from one end of this place to the other must be exhausting. I honestly don't know how they do it. It is astounding how the Leparatus, despite their diminutive stature, are able to maintain such gargantuan facilities. The etheric composition and density of this sphere is quite similar to the crystalline contents we've seen before. It likely shares their capacity for storing memories and knowledge. This is the last welcome! Alright. Sorry. Cutscene time.
Right, of course. Introductions are in order. Ahem. My name is Livingway, and we are the Lotharics, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Atheris to a brave new world.
Okay.
More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Livingway's the name, map breather and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Atheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration. Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents said to you little ones, on ahead while they began the necessary preparations. Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further.
What do you mean, us little ones and preparing things for the inevitable? What?
Here we have Atheris, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Atheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Atheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun. The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, There's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, there is, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold.
Okay, so we're literally going to Earth 2. So yeah, even though we killed the god, things are actually going to get worse. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star. Easier said than done, admittedly. For one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim. Which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems.
But like...
We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
So we're going to hyperlink, or hyperwarp.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
Bro, we traveled to a different shard of Aetheris. Now you're telling me that we're just leaving the planet to another... practical, like another universe? Bro. Okay.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Hydaelyn.
Which means that she's well aware.
Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings.
What? Oh, okay.
And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers.
This is before she became Hydaelyn, duh, but like, I get it, I
We
get it.
and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation.
Cool.
Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement.
So, like, we can end up on Jupiter's, and not even realize... Bruh. Okay.
No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? Ah, but you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
About to say this, bro. We've never been on the moon. Not even enough to leave stuff behind.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women.
They're obviously hundreds of years old.
And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon?
Well, and Sessiion created it, so...
Hydaelyn herself led you here.
Mm-hmm.
You don't say! Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot people.
You're smaller than me!
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher?
Again, we're still taller.
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Aetheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages. I thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it? Building way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale. All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
I mean, but can't we just all fit inside of one? I digress.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
Honestly. Well, they've been sleeping 80% of their lives, practically. So them being behind makes some sense. Oh dear, something whole building way can complete. We're interested in 4 more guests arrive, or perhaps you should leave them as they are. That way you have more space left. Exactly. I mean, that would have made more sense to me. A taste of the moon. Bro, this shit... Okay. Right then, now that you're here, we need you to teach us all that you can about your people, and quickly. It won't be long before the final days are upon us in all their terrible grandeur, so it is imperative that we be prepared to receive our passengers to be. If there is anything at all that may displease them, it must be addressed post-haste, and address it we shall. Here at Bestway Borough, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. We have procured myriad amenities we understand to be essential for day-to-day living, and I wish to hear your opinions on them. I'm sure you've all worked up an appetite, so why don't we start with foodstuffs? Meet me at the Keratorium, and we'll see about filling your bellies. The Keratorium? She does not want for enthusiasm. The notion of Aetheris running to its core being a matter of course is rather concerning, though. Nevertheless, let us take this opportunity to learn more of the Laparatus and this vessel. I mean, you know, the Earth is literally in the middle of, like, melting from the inside out. And our concern right now is food. I love it. But yeah, can you imagine though that they had to like rebuild everything? I mean, here's the thing though: if they're like sleeping half the time, and they're in the middle of doing whatever it is that they got to do, it honestly makes sense that they just straight up deal with it. But also they build whatever they got to build at the legitimate speed of sound, because like they're rabbits, and rabbits conceptually are like all about speed and fastness. So like, I'm sure that we're thinking that it'll take them, you know, days or hours or whatever to build whatever, but like hilariously enough, watch it actually take like minutes. So we'll see. Also, where am I going? Survey says actually that way. Geronimo! Parkour! I messed up. Oh, I messed up. It's okay. I landed. Okay. Going down. Oh, this looks insane. This is the Keratorium? Bruh. This place is huge! And it's fancy. Oh. Well, fancy might be less of a word. More hostile is also a possibility. Yep. Okay. Cool. So, this gigantic land as we know it is full of monsters, and that thing doesn't warrant for murder. That's actually nice. Okay, there's an ether current over here somewhere, and I actually heard it. It's gotta be up here. Don't look at me. I'm in the middle of climbing. Listen, if this is actually only, oh my goodness. Got it. I was gonna say, imagine I couldn't get that one. I had to like wait until later. No, but now I gotta play hoppity hop. Okay. This place is huge. I mean, oh, that looks like fun. That creature looks like fun. Alright. Is there a nearby one? 25 enough. Okay, we haven't. I mean, maybe we'll go over there, so we'll find out. But I'm not one to travel around the area first and then figure things out. Hast thou spied the peculiar sentinels patrolling the vicinity? Approach them with caution, or better yet, not at all, for they make no distinction between friend or foe. Am I the only one who expects that we're going to find anything edible whatsoever? Yeah, like space. You know what? Given their earlier confusion regarding our size, I cannot help but wonder if they even know the first thing about us. Something tells me that everything that they make, cooking way. Of course it is. You're a lot smaller than we expected, but oh, the food is going to be gigantic, bigger than us, and it's going to be all carrots. Calling it. Welcome to the Keratorium. Here we create prototypes of the various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. Allow me to introduce the head of foodstuff production. Cooking way. Pleasure to meet you all. Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, but after many, many cycles of painstaking labor, I dare say we created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. I've learned all about the essential nutrients for a healthy and balanced diet from the reference materials we received, while I've practically worn the words from those invaluable pages. Naturally, we've also considered ease of growth and production. We will not want for ingredients. I must insist you try some. We have fresh stock of recently prepared on your account of, well, just because we woke up and we're all quite famished. Oh. Okay. Hop along the platforms here and you'll find a storage unit full to bursting with delectable delights. Help yourself to anything you like. Telling you, it's gonna be nothing but giant carrots. Nothing but giant carrots. I already foresee the inevitable. Oh, I'm gonna hop off actually. I was paying attention. Blasting way? Okay. These names. It doesn't require debate. Okay. I couldn't have been any more correct, right? You open a storage unit and find a rainbow-colored assortment of carrots. I want the particular looking... I want the crimson carrots. The soft texture and redolent aroma of this crimson creation belies its staggering weight. The excessive length and girth only compound the mystery, leaving you perplexed as to the nature of this carrot. Yes. I'm gonna eat this carrot. I'll take it that you'll simply take a large carrot for now. Due to its bizarre qualities, it will be prudent to ask Cooking Way whether it's safe to eat first. Well, carrots can grow that big? Oh yeah, I mean they're not ever like small. I only know of aren't there only 3 colors of carrots? It's yellow, orange, and white, I think, right? But white is kind of like nutritionless, like kind of like lettuce almost. I don't know. I think so. So, did any of our selections set your mouth to watering? Well, I got a big carrot, so we'll find out. Purple. Okay, thank you. No, yeah, okay. Yes, a fine choice. One of my personal favorites, actually. Please dig in. I'm eager to hear what you think. Eat the carrot? Well, let's go with that real quick. Please don't hurt me. With great trepidation, you take a bite out of the carrot. The carrot is oddly tender, but as you begin to chew, a rich aroma fills your nostrils and newfound vigor begins swelling within you. The rumbling of your stomach, however, suggests it may be just indigestion. Okay, wait, what? I got a buff? Oh, okay. I got buffed by the carrot? That's a W. Also, carrots are amazing. What'd you think? Unlike anything you ever tasted, yes? The iron carrot can be difficult to digest, but the boost to endurance it promises makes it perfect meal for a day of heavy lifting. Ah, we got the protein carrot. We have plenty of other varieties too. Bleeding carrots to help improve blood flow, dream carrots to help with sleep. So you see, we have a carrot for every occasion. These carrots are extraordinary. What if I don't want carrots? It's the same day for this and show it. Nice. What? Yeah. These carrots are just wow. And then why do you seem so disappointed? If they're lacking somehow, we need to know. I take it you too had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and not else. Yes we did, Yashola. And might I say, the iron carrot is pretty dope. If I may ask, what exactly did these collaborators share with you about cuisine on Aetheris? Surely you are aware we have an abundance of dishes and foods you could emulate. Of course we are, but well, it was only quite recently that we established contact. Even holding a conversation was a struggle at first, so imagine our surprise when they sent a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for that encyclopedia I found, we would have been at a loss where to begin. And so we decided rather than divide our resources to prepare a variety of middling and potentially unsatisfying meals, it would be more efficient to devote our efforts to the production of a single perfect food. That's all well and good, but man cannot live on raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting, and the like? I suppose we could prepare the carrots in other ways, but our primary concern was efficiency, and what's more efficient than sinking your teeth into a carrot fresh from production? A rather strange approach to take for one named Cooking Way, isn't it? Well, I didn't realize that. Well, technically speaking, Cooking Way isn't my given name. When first created, we were all named in old tongue, you know, that otherwise impenetrable parlance the Watcher speaks. Oh. After we received a great tome of words, a dictionary that is, from our collaborators, we learned your language. Adverbs, gerunds, present continuous, verb conjugations, just the basics. Then we found the terms related to our given task, and we used them to form new names. Are they helpful? Actually, no, not really, but it does explain a great deal. Wherefore does thy seem such a change necessary? When the rest of your people arrive, we want to be certain they understand immediately what each of us does. You'd never be able to pronounce our original names anyway. I don't even know what that is. I see. I don't even know what a gerund is. I hope our critiques, such as they are, were helpful to you. Though if you should decide to preserve flora and fauna from Aetheris as well, you would be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet. Until such a day, one I pray comes sooner than later, it would appear there is naught but carrots on the menu. And they gave us purple carrot juice, actual. I actually kind of knew that purple carrots were a thing, but I didn't think that they were like naturally purple. I figured like if you, I don't know, do something, I don't know. Something you would do to carrots would turn them purple. That was my assumption, I think. But anyways. So yeah, purple carrots, orange carrots, and yellow? Not white. Or is it? I don't know. On with the show. I think we've had our fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is sure to impress. Wonderful. What's up, Shinodo? How's it going, dude? Good to see you. How are things? We're currently deep in 14 lore, and I mean not to tell you... They changed the music of the game?! I want to fight another one. Dying from work as usual? I am sorry about that. They're using FF4 music! Hold on. This is like traditional FF4 music. They always outdo themselves, man. Like, I understand that, like, the theme is FF4, but this is not at all what I would have ever foreseen. The battle music in this area specifically is FF4 related? What's in the actual? That's crazy. What class am I in 14? Well, hey, you said 16. So I'm currently playing as Dragoon. It's like my main and my favorite class. I've always gravitated whenever games had like variety of weapons to choose from, whether it be like character or weapon choice, whatever. I've always been a fan of the spear, like always. I've just always gravitated towards the spear. And so henceforth the Dragoon became my favorite, but also the functionality of Dragoon is also like my favorite as well. That sound would annoy me if I was jumping up here in a bike. So, but yeah, and now I'm actually really happy to see that there's 2 jobs now that are like spear based. We sure is. I don't have a proper setup that like would enable me to play on keyboard mouse, so I just don't. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I don't, because like ultimately I don't have a mouse that would let me play this game accordingly. So I personally have yet to kind of enter that world, but I would definitely consider it. I mean, I honestly want to be versatile because I want to create like a channel reward where you can have me swap between the two, because in this game swapping is very easy, which is nice. Unlike games like Call of Duty where I gotta change, you know, in the main menu kind of thing, so I can't just swap on Will, which is like kind of lame. You're just happy with your Paladin, weakest tank, but it's okay. I mean, that's not true. I mean, I don't know how far you are in the game, but I mean, 0 spoilers. And I'm sorry if I'm ahead of you in terms of the story content, but if you're ahead of me, then keep your mouth shut. But you're into dragons, so you're a dragon lady. Oh, okay. Hey, auras are cool. I haven't made an aura character yet, but I had a hard time making one with the idea of using it, honestly, because the whole scale thing on their body would I don't know, something about it puts me like, it's not uneasy, but I don't know, the scales on the, personally, if I can take off the scales on their body everywhere, I totally would. That's how I kind of perceive it, but I don't dislike them. It's just that by design, I'm kind of like, oh, okay, then whatever. But I personally, I made one. I just haven't played the character at all. But I know for a fact that if I did, I would design my character and pretty much wrap them up to showcase as little of their scale as possible. So that's how I kind of perceive it. But again, I don't dislike the character design by any means. I just like, this is my main character. It's been my main character. This has been her outfit for like 7 years. 6 years. Six? Wait. 2015. 7 years, yeah. This has been her outfit for 7 years since I ever played Heavensward. Because this outfit is level 52 gear. So I literally I've literally loved this design for this character ever since I found out about this design. I was like, oh my god. I wish I could have streamed my reaction, because the first thing I did was I had this outfit like looking like this, and then I was like, oh cool, you can dye it. I literally did this, and I was like, done. I was like, nope, this is the design, this is the outfit forever, and it's never changing. And to this day, I have tried over and over again just to see like other pieces of gear, and I've concluded I will never change this. So this has been my outfit for my main for 7 years, literally, and I'm happy about it. Yeah. So my brain was amazed because when I saw this, I was like, oh, this is such a sick outfit. But then once I changed it to white, I've even experimented with other colors too. Like, I have tried over and over again. White has always been like the #1 color for this design. And it's funny too because I have like alternate characters like that I've created, and I tried to literally replicate the same exact outfit or even like do different colors, and it doesn't hit the same. So like, this is the only character that I have in the entire roster of my characters that will ever wear this outfit in this color. I have one other character who wears this outfit, but she has it like in this kind of like silverish one. But I haven't. It's only like a placeholder because I haven't designed her outfit for Dragoon just yet. But this is technically what she has, and it's my European character. But again, it's a temporary placeholder. I think I already found the piece though that I will be giving her. I gotta just progress through the story with her to see like what it looks like. So we'll see. Now, my capital player, I like to play female character. I like my character to be cutie and product. I mean, I honestly just like the fashion in this game for girls more than guys. But also, I have a 90% higher success rate of being able to come up with a female name that I like, that I can stick with, that I'll create the character for. I have a hard time creating male characters, not only by design but also by name. That's why like most of my characters are girls. But like, hate's a strong word. I don't like to over sexualize my characters. Like none of her outfits are like revealing, except for like Dancer, because Dancer outfit is just deliberately revealing. But every other outfit that I have for this character in specificity is to the liking of like how I perceive them job wise. So to like quickly showcase, this is my Gunbreaker outfit, and I love the white also. Right, well, this isn't the correct Dark Knight, but that's for another time. And then because I'm not in like a home world or like a city state, it's not going to change my outfit with the times. But if I show you my Dancer, or this is Healer. Dancer is this one. That's my Machinist. Yeah, this is my Machinist outfit. And then this is Ninja. Ninja's one of my favorites. I love this outfit. This is Reaper. And again, like I literally don't. This is Samurai. Yeah, I don't create outfit. Yours is definitely not better than mine. Don't do that to me right now. But yeah, I personally love the outfit. I mean, Vix, we talk about outfits on a constant basis, though. So Vix is the #1 person I talk to and refer to for outfit approval. Kid you not. So, I mean, at least for some characters, for some jobs. If I can't figure out the job, then I'm like, yeah. So she helped me with my Summoner outfit, which I think is not this one. Okay, so you're not gonna know what it looks like. This is my Revenge outfit. Yeah, so you're not gonna see it, but yeah. But I like she did not like my other Summoner outfit, and then I figured out a new one, and I think I got the seal of approval. But also I love it. It's amazing. So hopefully there's a day that I can like go into like limbs or something. I can show you all my outfits. But yeah, so here we are. Meanwhile, I'm over here with my character wearing some really old AR. Oh yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I have a really hard time because I don't want to. Man, it's weird because every game that I play, if I can create a character, I usually just gravitate towards the female design. Like I just do. But again, I don't know. I feel like women power is like a thing in my mind. Like I appreciate that, so I try and like showcase it as much as I can. But it's funny because like, let's say I play a game that I can create either a man or a woman, and if I'm good at the game, then I'll have the character be like a female. Or if I have intentions of being good at the game, I'll make my character a woman. But if I'm going to be trash at the game, then I play as a guy. That's usually what it gravitates towards. But also, it really depends on the design of the character too. Because like when I played Fallout, I made a guy character because I just feel like it made more sense to me. When I played Monster Hunter, I made one of my alts in that game. When I played like Call of Duty, I kind of switch back and forth actually. I don't really stay as like a woman in Call of Duty, but I kind of go back and forth. Halo, I played like a male designed like character because like it's just a main character kind of thing. But the voice that you have that talks to you about like the objectives and whatnot, that one, the voice is a woman. But that's also because like Cortana, so that's what I usually gravitate towards with that as well. But like if I created like a character in a fighting game, like in Soul Calibur, I would make a man. most likely. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I kind of just go back and forth usually. But if I have the opportunity to play a game that I'm like gonna stick with a character through thick and thin, if I can come up with a name and a design that I like, then I will usually try. It usually just naturally gravitates towards like a woman's design. But again, I do not like to have like a over sexualized character. None of my alts have any intention for that. They're all like meticulously designed for like based on their face and like the color scheme of the character. So like, you know, her theme is red because her hair is red. You know what I mean? My Rothgar, which is my main like guy character, his design is blue because like I like the color blue. My European character has green eyes, so her main color is like, you know what I mean? So like that's usually how I just kind of pick and choose a color for each character kind of thing, and I try and keep that theme consistently for each character. I'm a nerd, so it's just kind of what I do. Honestly, when I played WoW like a little bit. I didn't understand what was going on, so I couldn't keep up with it. But also, I feel like the gameplay for it was weird by comparison to this game. I don't dislike WoW, but I just couldn't keep up with the story of what was going on. They I don't know. But this is probably like my #1 favorite game now in the history of games. Probably. Especially within like a series. I definitely have games that are in like a top 5 that are not Final Fantasy-esque titles, but they are like from Square Enix. And so, you know, I mean, here we are with that. But nonetheless though, yeah, this is my girl. This is my favorite girl. I literally will play this character until the end of time. And even when they make Final Fantasy 24, and 24 is the next sequel of the MMO experience, probably gonna make this character in that game too. Actually, no, I probably will. Probably will. Anyways, onward. Okay, so we're currently just figuring out what kind of clothes would they give us in this world, especially because like the clothes are going to be oversized, right? We'll find out. Do you suppose the clothes they prepare will be as grossly oversized? Yeah, that's the same question I had, Yashala. Garments born of the heavens, crafted with methods ancient and forgotten, dress befitting we who walk in shade, stewards of the esoteric. Bruh, he speaks in poetry and it's amazing. It's hardly sun-soaked tapestries, but perhaps we'll be pleasantly surprised. Okay. Here we are, the apparel production station. We've chosen to employ more traditional methods for this task. Creation magics. Heidelin, in her infinite wisdom, blesses us with the self-same affinity for her magic. For magic her people possess. We have other amazing talents, of course, and I know you're dying to hear about them, but I will regale you with the details another time. That said, we did run into a spot of trouble at first. Our magic alone was not sufficient to see our work done. In the end, we discovered crystallized ether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with the extra viz we needed. Oh, okay, they use crystallized ether to make their clothes because their magic, their creation magic is not enough to make clothes. Got it. Okay, I have to think about that one for a second. The sweet sound of recognition. You will also be impressed to hear we've read all about your habit of changing attire to match your chosen profession. For the sake of efficiency, I presume, this has also been taken into account with our designs. But why take my word for it when you can simply try one on our clothes? Make yourselves known to the workers and they will see to the rest. Okay. You know, I gotta admit though, when I first played this game, I had not a clue what was going on, like, game-wise, except for the story. I replayed the story, I think, twice, just to make sure I understood what was going on, and I got emotionally attached in a way I did not expect. But, however, job-wise, figuring out how to play Dragoon, I didn't figure it out, literally, until Stormblood. So it took a while for me to actually understand, like, oh, this is literally what I gotta do to do, like, damage correctly. And then it got solidified at the end of Stormblood, and I feel like I've been extra excessive about wanting to be a good player since, like, middle of Stormblood. So it's been time in the making. Yeah. And now I try to be capable of playing every single job in the entire game. So here we are. And I think that that's going to be a fun challenge once I get every job to 90. So we'll see. Ah, it's you, one of the visitors from Aetheris. Goodness me, Mapping Way wasn't kidding. You really are smaller than the Watcher. All right, you're here to try on a set of clothes, yes? What would you have me fashion for you today? Oh, I have an option? But we're gonna go with... I mean, I'm a simple man, so let's go with something simple yet functional. Simple and functional, right. This will only take a moment. That's okay, Sessiion, just relax. This is absolutely not what I thought. There we are, all finished. A perfect fit, if I do say so myself. Nothing too billowy or frilly, as you can see. Also light and durable. Sure serve you well wherever you travel can take you. Would you look at that? Speechless, and there I thought you might not like it. If you have mind to try something else, why not speak with my fellow artisans? I'm sure they'd be happy to oblige. You must continue wearing these garments in order to progress? You will change back to your normal garments if you move too far away. Look to the maps to change it. Oh my goodness. Speak to the rest of the to restore or prolong the garment change. After the conversation with your character looking a certain way. Bruh, I'm being grieved. Look at this, bruh. This is not at all. What the fuck is this mask on? Okay. What am I? Yo, can we? What shoes are those? What are those pants? What is this mat? Yo. Are you kidding? Okay. This is anything but simple because there's 4 colors: shoes, dress, a skirt, and pants. What? I could sweat in this outfit. Look at the dog. What is that? What's that white underneath my arm? Oh, okay. No. Lordy have mercy on my actual clothes. Ah, no one said you'd be coming. How can I help you? You want to try on my clothes? Of course, it would be my honor. Did you have anything in mind? Got anything with a little more... I'm looking... Oh, at this point, just surprise me. I'm not ready for whatever. I don't want to ask them. I think I can handle that. Okay. That should do. I'm so concerned. I'm so concerned. They put leopard print? They did not leopard print my shoulders, right? No way. It's a relatively new concept incorporating an idea that's never been tried with clothing before. I beg to differ. And incorporating as an idea you may think it is, I'm not about this. Fragrance, can you smell carrots? Simply divine. I know that this is temporary, but like, can I go back and change my options? Alright. I was worried how the concept would turn out when put to the proof, but it looks stunning on you. Won't you go show Living Way? I'm sure she's eager to see what we come up with. Okay. I understand. This is not at all. Don't touch me. If you fight me in these clothes, you're gonna one-shot me. I warned you. I'm not trying to get one-shot, man. Alright, no. Get out of here. Don't look at me. Smart robot. Because you already know, if you looked at me, I would have killed you. Smart robot. Very smart robot. My, don't we look splendid? The result is the result of much trial and error, but I know quality work when I see it. Shh, you needn't speak. I can see your adoration for the moon, and we Leopards at Leopards, whatever. In your eyes, no doubt your friends feel the same, having sampled our creations. Oh, is everyone wearing? Sorry to have kept you waiting. Thancred, you look like a man. They insisted we sample all of their concepts ere we returned. Verily, 'tis an ensemble most becoming. Yo, Orion had a little flashing going on? Okay, I'm seeing. I see two similarity of a thing going on. I think it's past time we returned these clothes. Lovely. Honestly, I would have almost preferred that I would have given this game a lot of credibility if they found a way to actually make me like my Dragoon outfit more than I've had for the past 7 years, but it's okay though because that was actually hilarious. Can I get bunny styled clothing? Honestly, I would actually wear this entire outfit. I would. It's cute. Especially for a Lala. Whew. Okay. I was so confident our garments would meet you with your approval. Whatever are we doing wrong? The Watcher taught us that in his time everyone wore the same robes. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to modern taste by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but... Please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we resort to evacuating the people of Aetheris, they will most certainly have need of your attire. 'Tis clear no spared effort in addressing our needs, but you must understand that we are not quite so homogeneous. Speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my taste, even if it is of inferior make. But there are others whose choices may be influenced by traditions or personal experience. Rather than make assumptions for the whole, you must consider the individual and their potential preferences. I fear we've underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Even if we memorized every tome we received, I doubt we'd have fared much better. Maybe we're doing you a disservice trying to shower you with our baubles and flippery, thinking it was for your benefit when you'd be better off on your own. There are some who might agree, people who prefer to keep others at arm's length, even when they know they shouldn't. As one such former fool, I'd like to ask you a question. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the source as well? Not that I'm aware of. We were born of Heidelman's love for Aetheris and the salvation of the people of that star, and that star alone has ever been our aim. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts across 14 and risk failing them all. Well, sort of. I suppose you're right. Anyway, might we leave to explore best ways burrow unattended? You've given us much to think about. Why, certainly. Until later, then. I mean, I'm overthinking this conceptually, but what she just said raises kind of a question. If I may, I should like to accompany thee a while longer. Really? I mean, you're more than welcome to. There was actually something I wish to speak to you about. Let's be off then. Huh. Okay, so conceptually, Heidelin only had the idea to just rescue one star kind of thing. You know what I mean? But like, if it didn't account of the 14 shards, despite the fact that the information may have been delayed or behind in terms of like what is known, something tells me that there is potentially an intention of Hydaelyn also causing the 14 to become, but we'll find out. It's a wild theory, and I don't think so. But, I mean, it's also not out of the possibility realm, so we'll see. My apologies, I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Everyone's been talking about the visitors come from Aetheris, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. What if the people of Aetheris refuse to come? What if we can't save them? It's clearly made a mess of things. Oh, but wait, you still haven't visited the domiciles. Once you've seen them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is, I'm sure. I'll be waiting for you by the teleporter near the entrance. Oh, and the name's Growing Way, by the way. See you soon. There's still more to this area that is, like, not... Oh, boy. We got a ways to go. So, yeah. I think that because Hydaelyn envisioned the idea... Because remember, Hydaelyn was well aware that when the battle occurred between Hydaelyn and Zodiac, that the split would occur of the 14 shards, that was very clear that happened. So she's had that knowledge ever since. So for her to divulge that knowledge away from the Loperts doesn't really make any sense for why. Because why would she tell them that this would not be a thing? You know what I mean? Because it's deliberate. It's deliberate that she didn't tell them that that Aetheris, being the source, was just one shard and a source. That girl has the mount. Alright. We're gonna find out later. I don't know. I know it's a mount, but I mean, how is the question. So yeah, that being said though, something tells me that to some small but potential high degree of a chance, impact-wise, that like Hydaelyn was only expecting Aetheris as one source and one shard, not split into 14 pieces, was going to be imploding, that we would leave that. So, we'll find out. You're here. You're really here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry, what should I call you? Crikey, even your names are amazing. Well, I'll be using this teleporter to enter the residential area. Whenever you're ready.
Ready in the teleporter.
Oh. Okay. Was not ready for the voices. Residential area? Okay.
Huh? Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
What? Oh, I mean, okay.
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Oh, with the lockpit?
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. passengers as possible for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Or quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Right.
Idle musings. 'Tis no trifle, thou dost ask. Yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
Couldn't have come at a greater time. Okay. I get it. I know what he was talking about, and you're going to have to see and find out as well. Gosh, that was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I rerouted the teleporter to allow travel between floors instead. Hopefully it proves useful in the meantime. Shame you couldn't see it though. You really would have liked it. Hey, listen, that's a W regardless though. You can now travel between the upper floors. Yes. Sweet. All's veil that ends veil. It may not seem like it, but we've been planning for this far longer than I care to admit. Each time we woke up, we'd have long discussions about how to save as many of you as we can. Felt like everyone had an opinion on this or that, but one thing that we all agreed upon was that the people of Atheris wouldn't take action to save themselves until it was far too late. That's why we're striving to make the moon a vibrant, magical place they'd hop at the chance to visit, rather than waiting for the flames of oblivion to get them off their tails and force them to accept our invitation. The residential quarters may not be up to the necessary standards just yet, but there are plenty of other places worth seeing. You've already had a look around the Keratorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you at least at the east end of the borough. Ooh. Oh yeah, I know. It's not like, you know what it is though. It's not like we're trying to tell them what they have is bad, but the thing is that their knowledge is just outdated. So I don't think that there's any reason to like dislike or seek disdain towards their efforts. Like their efforts are not worth nothing. It's just that like we like fashion stuff, and that's what we're all about. We're all about fashion. Because that report. Speaking of fashion report, gonna have to go find a time to go do that. Sorry, I'm also quickly just trying to work on the mobile phone thing while I'm doing this too, so. Alright. Good, you're here. Through this door is the greatest End's Veil. It was named as such because it's the veil to end all veils. The most beautiful forest you've ever seen. We understand that people of Aetheris enjoy taking leisurely walks through natural spaces in the lake, so I'm sure you enjoy it. How about we start with a nice stroll to the fountain this way? So that's why everyone can breathe on the moon. There's a forest. Well, Digital, I hope you get your answer. I just opened a bottle of stout aged in a bourbon barrel. Nice. Wow. Once again, the people here really just outdo it. Wait, these are the wow. This is just like from the first. These crystals? I'm very intrigued by this. Okay. Nice, dude. Enjoy that bottle, honestly. I hope that you have a good kick from it. Okay, wait. Northwest? Sorry, I'm gonna there's water? No. Oh, there's water. Oh, there's still creatures here! I knew that actually. That was dumb for me to think about. Aha! I can't go up that way, I'm pretty sure, so we're gonna have to do it like this. Zoop! Oh, pain. Oh, this is actually even easier. Okay. If I missed, oh, I would have been sad. We sell it once a year, and apparently previous managers didn't sell it paid bottles in previous years. It's 50%, 2% alcohol. Oh wow. Okay. So assuming that's almost 16% at the least. At the least. At the most, it's like what? 17 and a half? Hey, that's good. I mean, I don't know what that essentially means, like, you know, fluidity speaking, but I mean, you get more inebriated with time as it gets older as well. So that's it's like a truck. Noted. Understood. Oh wow, I came up to a fountain I was not prepared for. Okay, so what did you think of the forest? Isn't it positively pleasant, simply sublime? I didn't technically see forest or trees. You're pulling my tail. You're in the forest right now. Building this place was a challenge, but let me tell you, since we were born here, we've never seen trees in person before, let alone a forest. The information sent by our collaborators was quite enlightening, but after much deliberation, we decided to use crystalline constructs in place of living trees. And thanks to your atmospheric circulation systems, this place produces air as clean as that you'll find in a forest on Aetheris. The fountain here behind us, powered by the rather large crystal adorning its top, plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Much time and effort was spent making it the most spherical of spheres, and I dare say the unparalleled roundness speaks for itself. I enjoy nothing more than a nice long stretch and a spot of relaxation whenever I come up here. You look like you can do for the stretch yourself. Okay, well, we gotta actually stretch. Okay. Everybody stretch. Actually sounds kind of nice. Okay, that's the spirit. I feel more relaxed simply watching you. A sight worth the many years spent building this place. If it's not too much to ask, it's always been a dream of mine to take a walk through this forest with someone from Aetheris. Could we maybe... Nice. You will? Oh, still be... Or... Oh, be my... Wait. Oh, be still my quivering whiskers. I could not read that. Okay, now you're accompanying me. That's cool. Now we walk. I gotta pick you up. Imagine. Asking me to go on a walk. It's precious. Little bug. Little rabbit nugget. At least it explains why we can breathe. Because imagine if they never explained how we breathe on the moon. That would actually be something else. And in actuality, though, we are in fact walking. I was thinking that I could be more helpful to you by teaching you a little about the moon and what it is that we do. When we were first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiac, and there was absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Hydaelyn gave us our tasks, furnishing the moon with propulsion systems capable of facilitating travel to other stars. It sounds impressive, and I suppose in some respects it is, but it was only possible thanks to all the knowledge Hydaelyn shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done. 6,000 years. That's why they think that we're little. But anyway, let's keep going. Cool. So, it's been 6,000 years? These rabbits are 6,000 years old? Or the Lopetus are rather 6,000. 6,000 years old. What did that say? What about if you can taste the rainbow? I saw that. What? No, I'm not sure what does he do with crystals on Theris, but we don't eat them. We certainly not this one. It's possessed of all 6 elements: wind, lightning, earth, fire, ice, and water. We use crystals like these to maintain the moon's elemental equilibrium. It's worth mentioning, though, that because of Hydaelyn's influence, being the embodiment of tranquility and stasis and all, manipulating the elements here is different than it might be on Aetheris. A conjuring of fire would sooner dry your clothes and singe them. For example, put simply, the etheric conditions are ill-suited to growth, which is why the surface is mostly barren. Of course, this is all necessary to keep raging energies from Zodiac in check. They literally say, as you can taste the rainbow crystal. Geniuses. Absolute geniuses. This may come as a surprise, but we didn't begin building the habitable areas until the propulsion systems were ready. Okay. Considering how long it took, I wish we'd started sooner. Who would have thought we'd need 4,000 years to make all this? It certainly wasn't worth... It wasn't worth... Wait. I'm gonna read them. Now you know why... Ask if they know why kids enjoy the chases and Toast Crunch? Bruh. Good questions. You know, same thing with why they would combine peanut butter and Reese's and chocolate and make a Reese's and call it a space Reese's. Imagine put carrots in their Reese's. These Lopertus definitely put carrots in their Reese's, or rather their Reese's and their carrots. But you know, they're gonna find out. They're gonna understand the brevity behind such a concoction that is carrots and Reese's. Potato chips are in them. You're gonna have, I mean, understood. It certainly wasn't work you dare rush either. We had to create infrastructure and countless supporting systems, some of which wouldn't be operational until hundreds of years later. And then there was that brief period where our productivity came to a screeching halt. Sorry, wait. It certainly wasn't work you dare rush either. It took them 4,000 years to make everything, but then the infrastructure took 100 years after, okay? And then there was a screeching halt moment when that bizarre red satellite was sent up from Aetheris. The Elegant's mischief. Oh, okay, Dalamund. We thought maybe some new nefarious actor was colluding with Zodiac. All we can do is stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. I can't tell you how... What the heck was that? I can't tell you how relieved we were when Hydaelyn informed us of its destruction. Oh yes, there was much joyous humming that day. That noise scared me, actual. Okay. I don't know what that was. Let's just pretend it didn't happen. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Say, do you notice anything peculiar about the treetops? I mean, apart from the fact that they're massive crystals and not trees? I'll give you a hint. It's the golden rings emanating from the glowing spheres. Along with the device fixed near the ceiling, they fulfill a similar role to the sun, even so better even. Ah. The sun and similar celestial objects in the great expanse radiate energy that is harmful to your bodies. These rings shield you from that energy while allowing you to bathe in the perfect amount of sunlight, or rather, a close approximation of it. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if you look closely, you'll see different types of trees have ever so slightly different curvature. Yes, indeed, the forest truly is the greatest. I get it. The differentiation of color kind of tells you, like, the age, I guess. And, like, the design of the tree. I get that. It's pretty cool, actually. Hold on, let me... Okay. People are talking about how the battle music in this area is FF4 related. That's cool. There was something else I wanted to tell you about. Oh right. The propulsion systems and habitat facilities were completed around 2,000 years ago, and with that, the most important features were fit to purpose, which was all well and good, except we still knew absolutely nothing about the present-day people of Aetheris. Huh. Okay. Well, the obviously this whole entire conception is trying to imply that, like, this was inevitable, that this was going to happen. But I think that the people that this was going to be affecting was not expected. But even more importantly so, the world as they have been preparing for the doom of is not the world that they were expecting it to actually be. And that's apparent. So, we'll figure out kind of what's going on. Why not go and visit Aetheris yourself, you might ask? Strictly forbidden. Were our technology or knowledge of the moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends, the results could be disastrous. Then there were a few more rejoinings, and it became increasingly difficult to converse with Hydaelyn. Fearful we might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether, we beseeched her to find people on Aetheris we could trust to help. We were quite fortunate everything worked out as it did. Okay, so then they kind of confirmed it. Hydaelyn got weaker actually as the rejoinings happened, and it wasn't just like a scheming plot of some sort. At least as far as we can assume. I still think she's scheming. With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waited, hopeful Hydaelyn would find someone who would help us. Eventually she did, and though her power was waning, we were able to speak with them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens and a means to travel here to the moon. They certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after that, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us from down below. With all the letters, books, and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon. And now you're here, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I am. Absolutely. I knew you would like the greatest Endvale. I knew it. Thank you again for coming here. By the way, I know it was just a walk through the forest, but it meant a lot to me. There you are. I take it you've already received the Grand Tour. A shame we missed it. Growing Way, I've been looking all over for you. Oh. Oh, is this about the teleporter to the residential area? No, never mind that. We have more pressing matters at hand. I will be calling an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Really? I can't imagine why you'd need me there, but if you insist. We won't be away long, so you are all more than welcome to continue looking about the burrow. Now, come along, Growing Way. Okay. Before we arrived, you seemed to be in the midst of a rousing conversation with your guide. Did you learn anything of import? Yeah, the information and the technology that they're working on, 6,000 years in the making. They spent 12,000 years preparing for this? Oh, 12,000. What? Oh, I mean... Set 6. Oh, to build. Fair. Oh, because they mentioned that. They were like 6,000 to build, 4,000 to advance, and then 2,000. Got it. They did actually give us the math. You right. With the appointed hour fast approaching, I certainly can understand their restlessness, but still. It remains to be seen if the people can be persuaded to evacuate when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's more, the technology of this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would readily come to terms with living in such surroundings. Whoever these collaborators are, unless they are possessed of the world's most charming personalities or a means to forcibly evacuate people, they will meet with a great deal of resistance. People don't want to live like this, for sure. Indeed, even if faced with annihilation, the decision to forsake all one knows cannot be made lightly. Yeah, nobody wants to live on the moon away from Ethereus just because of the fact that like the world's gonna explode. Forgive me, friends, but I must beg your leave. There is another matter which begs of my attention. Of course, we can accompany if you like. Yeah, that will not be necessary if you excuse me. He's conversing with Living Way for something that's very bizarre. Well, who knows? Huh. What do you suppose has suddenly tickled his fancy? 'Tis clear now that difficult decisions lie ahead of us. Preparation for the evacuation of Ethereus is indeed crucial, but I am not yet willing to forsake our world and its reflections, and I trust that I am not alone in my reticence. Yeah, me neither. The final days will make brave fools of us all. Interesting thought. Back to old tricks. This picture of Urianger does not settle well with me. Let's find out. Did Urianger seem strange to you? More so than usual, I mean. I know he has a penchant for keeping his own counsel, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Would you go and see if he's alright? You stroll and I will remain here and see what we can learn about the final days. If you hurry, perhaps you can catch up to him. Bro, he went that way? Okay. Apparently 253 elms to the south is another ephemeral current that I'm gonna go get. I need 5 more of those to finish whatever. And then we'll kind of figure it out. There it is. Oh, honestly, that's actually very close, so... Good, done deal, nonetheless. I'm gonna wait for this to... Okay, now here's a question. There's 2 quests right there. Okay, they've given us 2. Because they usually... I don't know. They're giving us these quests at not the time that I would naturally expect them to be received, but I'm not complaining. I just figured that they'll give them to us kind of as we get to the areas that we're heading towards, not after we've already left said areas. But that being said, though, yeah, we'll see. Anywho, I mean, it doesn't seem like to me that this is like a process in the making for 12,000 years. You know, this is happening now because of how things are just progressing world-wise. Like, can you imagine if this whole thing was predicted 12,000 years ago? Bruh, that would actually be nutty, but I sincerely doubt it. I mean, as far as I'm aware, we'll find out though. But it's very clear that Urianger has some kind of plan. It's not a good plan. I have no idea. Because also, where did this man go? Right, exactly. Urianger appears to be heading towards the entrance to Bestway Burrows. I was just about to say, like, oh, I wonder where the teleporter is, but there's no clear indication, so I'm just gonna do this the old-fashioned way. Oriente ventures off into Mara Lamentorum for reasons unknown. You must tread carefully, else he might sense your presence. Great. Gotta be sneaky now. Follow Oriente 46. Okay. What in the world?
Thine arrival is timely as ever. Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume?
A little bit, but...
"'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity? And Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life. I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Menphilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain, brokered by my hand, were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives. Ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction.
Moonbreeder?
Dearest Moonbreeder, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Sessiions. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning. One which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity? Sage counsel indeed. I see. Wisdom as befits a great worm. Curious that he should think thee in need of such encouragement. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. 'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before, and today.
What are they saying? Curse these ears and had bugger all.
Oh my gosh.
No matter. We've got our plans.
Damn, that one hit. You missing recording cat helmet and padded ear sections. You know that feeling? You too find it hard to express private thoughts. Honestly, same. That's been my. I've had that issue for. I mean, it's not really an issue. It's just like it's a. To be able to express is exceptionally difficult. It really is. Personally, I feel the same way. And I feel like a lot of people who have a hard time expressing private thoughts. What they do is in there's no like psychological description for it ultimately, but it's like, you know, the saying I use is like, you take a thought and you put it in a bottle and you close that bottle and you just like put it in the back of your mind, kind of thing. So like it's always there, right? But to actually like take it out and kind of do that kind of thing, it's tough to open that bottle again after you sealed it. That's how I like to perceive it. Chase, what's up? Good morning. It's like 3 a.m. for you. What are you awake for? Hope that you're doing well. We are playing Final Fantasy, currently doing story stuff. So I do apologize if I don't read anything chat-wise while we're playing, because I'm like, this is the game I've been waiting for like forever. So I'm like deep into it. But yeah, we're playing the game, and so it's been good. I'm sure you have absolutely no idea what's going on, but alas, we are on the ripened moon. So why? Long story, but we're here. But okay. In truth, my reasoning for travel hither was to effect a plan of my own. A plan which may yet pave a way forward for us all. May, I say, for there is no guarantee of success. 'Tis the reason I set out alone. That failure, should it come, would be mine to bear alone. Yet thou standest before me with proffered hand and open heart. 'Twould be remiss of me to refuse thy amity, so I ask, would thou join in mine endeavor? Absolutely. I thank thee for accompanying me. 'Tis a simple plan, in truth. We shall not be long away from Bestway's borough. Difficult decisions must needs be made in the coming days, but I nevertheless believe we are all of one mind in our desire to save the people of Aetheris. To make clear of our resolve to the Leopards, I would offer them a gift, but its making doth require a most singular ingredients. Okay. An abundance of spongoi, excellence. I chanced to spy this aggregation when crossing Zodiac's erstwhile prison. Using a spell taught me by the new moon, I believe these shall suffice for the gift I would fashion. The magic have required considerable concentration, however. My eye prevailed upon thee to stand watch whilst I performed the incantation. Sounds like we're about to fight these things. Thank you. Respect. Okay. No comment. Just like respect. He helped me, I help him. Simple as that. Survey the nearby area. You see no sign of potential threats. This would be a good. See how? Okay. Okay. Is that a turtle? I did not see a turtle. You mean the chocobo? I didn't see a turtle. Or do you mean these things? I saw a little turtle following someone. Oh, okay. I did not see a little turtle. Okay. I mean, maybe. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's a minion. That's from Stormblood. Yeah, that's oh, what's his name? Guido? Yeah, he's one of like the I think it's like a Chinese zodiac thing, or not zodiac. Some Eastern culture thing, because there's like the phoenix and then the tiger, and then there's a turtle. I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's 100% from Stormblood. And unfortunately, I forget the four beasts kind of things. It's something like that, yeah. Okay. If you look up Guido, they'll tell you exactly what it's based off of. But yeah, I forget the name. There, 'tis done. A magicked ink. Every ounce is efficacious as that crafted by the Numu. Rare is the occasion I would conjure mine own, but it is nevertheless a most useful skill. The resulting product is admittedly processed or possessed of no preternatural properties, but its hue is one of mine own choosing, which I pray the leopards will appreciate. Oh, think until you have been eaten or perhaps fallen into a crater. What? Ishtola has been looking all over for you, and insists he needs to speak with you about something most urgent, dire even. She was also quite clear that she wishes to speak with me alone, which means I'm afraid you must stay behind, Orianji. But worry not, it just so happens we need your help with an errand, delivering a package from the Watcher's Palace to Bestway Borough. It's quite large and heavy, perhaps even too heavy for we poor Lockbirds, and we would ever be so grateful if you could lend us a hand. No, that won't be necessary. Orianji's help should more than suffice. And I'm sure you don't want to risk getting on your shoulders bad side by keeping her waiting. She seems prickly. Now, off with you. Worry not, Adol. It should not be long. Okay. Yashola wants to talk to us? About what? Yeah, let's just go back by we'll travel back by bike. Ah, and for good reason as well. I'm glad we traveled back by bike. Woo. I wonder what's going on in with Shoal's mother that she needs to direly speak with us about. I mean, it can't be because of anything related to like Orianji being like sneaky with us, you know what I mean? So something weird must have happened. Okay, we'll find out. I mean, the thing is that Yashol, this entire expansion, has been trying to figure out the mysteries behind what's been going on since the beginning. And she's been kind of predetermining, by theory, what could be going on. So, something tells me she found out something that... She may have figured out exactly why we've been... Not why we're here, but why the Lockbirds have been working on something for 12,000 years. That's my thought at least, but we'll see. Bruh, that was a rough landing. Okay. Everything's about everything ended then. That's a relief. Oh, access. Okay. Something was growing away. Oh no, we thought you'd be away for far longer. A dire emergency. I said no such thing. But as you are here, I could use your assistance with one small matter. Okay. Running Way is a companion of Growing Ways. Apparently has much to tell us for the final days. The problem, however, is that he is determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay still for as long as to hold a conversation. Is there anywhere he's likely to stop and rest, or perhaps there's a way to slow him down? Well, what's the rush? I was thinking we should all wait here. Maybe enjoy a cold mango carrot juice and... No, well, was that really important? You can try using these balls of moose flesh, not to be confused with the other thing. Running Way's other notable feature is his inconsistent chatter, so you'll have no trouble finding him in a crowd, and when you do, try lobbing your... Okay. Crude, but if it was effective, he was here... And the greatest intel when last I saw him. Let's hope and find him. Why did Living Way lie about the fact that we had an urgent reason to meet up with... I mean, that's weird. Search surroundings for running away. You can turn the camera. Okay. It's gotta be the one running, honestly. Henceforth the name Running Way, but even still though. Okay, so it's not that one. Or I mean it could be, but... Whoops. Oh, that's smart. So this must be a joke. This isn't funny. Oh, okay, cool. It made sense to hit Running Way, that one that's running. But... Imagine it's not him. Yes, I'm Running Way. Do you mind explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls of moose flesh? I don't get the reference, but I'm gonna just deal with it. I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days. Oh, I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days? Huh, that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard since I woke up. Who told you that joke? As if we've got the time to look into the final days when there's so much more to do before the Great Voyage. It's true that Hydaelyn did impart to us some knowledge of the event, but I know as much as any other lover around here. Less, probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people that I'm an expert, but they better hope I don't get my paws on them. Sorry I couldn't be of more help. But if there's something else, I've got work to do! And I'm off. Okay, that was weird. That was very weird. Growing Way also just lied to us. There's some scheme happening that's not in our favor. They're lying to us about something that's really bizarre. Oh no, you caught him? I mean, well done, you. And you look, I tried to get the instruments inside of him. Okay. Okay, 2 minutes. I'm just gonna use the restroom, and then we'll figure out why they're lying to us. I'm gonna ask for just 2 more minutes while I'm heating up some food, like late night snack kind of thing. So we're gonna just do that. But still, that in mind, though, I was thinking to myself about why they're lying to us, and I think it's that the impression is that they think that Orianjo actually can't keep a secret, even though he seemed to be so. So I think that they're going ahead of plan or ahead of schedule because they saw us talking to him. So that makes sense to me. That being said, though, yeah, give me like 2 more minutes. Okay, sorry, I had to just get some food. And without further ado, time to continue why they're lying and making us go on weird wishes. I could find neither hide nor hair of him. How did you fare? Turns out that something is going on because he had no information of the final days. So he knows no more than the others. Care to explain yourself, Grogway? Well, you see, I misremembered. Yeah, that's it. I misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. I'm afraid I'm drawing a blank though. Try as I might, I can't remember who I was thinking of. On an unrelated note, what of Orianjo? I assume you spoke with him earlier, but did he say when he'll be returning? He was prepping a gift for our friends. On his way to the Watcher's Palace with Livingway. Between Growingway's sudden lapse of memory and our lack of other leads, maybe our time would be better spent lending Orianjo a hand. What? Now hold on a moment. It's all coming back to me. Yes, I remember. The information you're looking for is in the archives. Yes, that is where you'll find all sorts of useful knowledge, including that pertaining to the final days. Nope. I am beginning to grow tired of these games. If some scheme was afoot, surely Orianzi will be the first to see through it. Then again, he does tend to give others the benefit of the doubt. Oh, what to do, what to do. I promised helping me I would help, but... No, I promised I'd help, so that's what I'll do. The archives are on the second floor of the main plaza, the eastern wing. Follow me. I suspect the lockers are up to something, but if there's ought to be learned of the final days, I think it best we play along for now at least. Yeah, something weird is happening with them, but I mean, we'll find out. I mean, I don't suppose that it's like evident immediately as to what they're doing, but it's definitely like a cause of concern. And they want us to go maybe at the top. Okay. It would be kind of nice to kind of know exactly where that teleporter is, but because it's not here, which is definitely what I was thinking about. That was it here. So at least for right now, we're gonna have to do this the old like fashion way again. Whoops. Sorry, also please don't mind me, I'm just eating. I ordered cheese sticks. The architecture of this place is impressive, though more than a little confusing to navigate. Is it too much to ask for a clearly marked exit or a map, perhaps? What other knowledge do you suppose we could glean from their archives? Once again, he's walking with that look. The archives are right through this door, but it seems to be locked. I guess I'll just go and find whoever has the key. Growing way? Enough. If you have naught else to tell us of the final days, you only need to say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. Did you yourselves not tell us we must act quickly? Yes, we did, but the moon was to be a perfect paradise for the people of Aetheris, and we're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We hoped you'd see the wonders we have to offer, but you found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw our potential, so others must pick up here. Ah, so that's the thing in this game. Run us about in circles and failing that, lock us away so we can't put the plan at risk. Everyone except Orianji. He understands what's at stake, what must be done. I fear you've misjudged us, Growingway. Never have we decreed the notion of using the moon as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Aetheris and her reflections to their doom. If there's a way to avert the final days, I wish to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of your plans. But why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. The people of Aetheris will escape here to the moon, and they'll be safe. And we'll finally get to see all their happy, smiling faces. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave. We just can't. I'm sorry, what? Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. If we dally, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I said we knock these ones out, split up, and make our way to the exit. What in the world? Agreed. Let's reconvene where Argus waits outside. It's kind of crazy that they're making us put us at bay because they think that we want to escape. I can't believe that they're making us fight against the Phosphorus. Oh my gosh, it's throwing away now? It's to save them, but save who? What is there saving for? But like, why are they pushing us so much to not allow us to escape? Because he put emphasis on the fact that the people need to be on the moon for a purpose. So then, like, the something is up. This isn't just a matter of using them as a means of. It's not just to have people escape over here and then avoid the world exploding. There's something else that's why they want people to come here. There you are. Didn't refer too badly, did you? Oh, no. Good. You're here. You must hurry to watch the palace and find Urianger. Or maybe they think that Urianger is the weakest link out of the four of us, that he may not be able to do something. And so that's what's going on.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Atheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. It is clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Aetheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous reason! We Loperids were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us. Help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure. But one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words. A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Ways Compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
Wow.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind. If being the operative term.
To interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Elpis and Heart.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growing Ray and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Aetheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Agreed. The Sessiion Forum, yes?
What? How did you know?
Wait, what?
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement.
Oh, so that's the reason why they're trying to figure all the nonsense out, because the objective is to... That's why they're so focused on maintaining the not... Oh my god. That's why they're holding on to all the knowledge that's equivalent to the world. It's that when they leave that world and go elsewhere, they bring that knowledge with them. That's crazy.
Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans.
Their plan is to actually work with the... That means that they've known about the moon since the beginning. Wait, they know about... Huh? Okay. I understand. I know what's gonna happen.
But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
I understand what's gonna happen now. The Lockwards think so highly of the people of Etheirus, yet it seems this migration plan is the only way to have first generation. If we've been more clear with us from the start, may have become one of the same goals. Something to keep in mind in the future. A declaration of hopes and aspirations? I hadn't thought of that one before. The Lockwards may be in good hands now, but that doesn't change the fact that their plan is a last resort I'd rather not employ. Let's see if it comes to that. First and all other reflections. 'Twas a relief to see living away, was pleased with my gift of ink. To serve and serve well. Through their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what must needs be done. But gladly do I embrace this duty, even if it does necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive me my absence, but I have the utmost faith in you, in all our fellow Scions. When I next return to Etheirus, I pray I find you all in good health and spirits. With the Lockwards and Yuri in the capable hands, we needn't worry about affairs here in our absence. Knowing now the face of the earthly collaborators, there is much to discuss with Alphino and the others. Let us return to the Tower of Babel. Our battle for the star will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared. Ah, yes, the power of flights. We could technically go back to the moon and go get flight over there because it is available to get now. But later. This area was the one that hit me hard, man. Garlemald hit hard. I honestly can't look at this area without feeling like it makes me anxious. I forgot how cold it was here in Garlemald, a testament to the Lockwards' ingenuity they felt, and no such discomfort on the moon. God, the conspiracy believe we went to the moon and back, but we'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now, we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thoroughly detailed report to Lucia. I'd like very much to know how everyone's getting on here as well. They'd only just begun to treat the temporary prisoners when we left. Oh, I see. We should have came in and teleported to the boat. Okay. It's fine. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the final days is of greater importance. I speak not only of the contingent, of course. The heads of state of every nation must know what we have learned. We know not when or where or what in what manner the final days will begin to manifest, and so we must see that everyone is prepared. Agreed. Though we may wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent into a panic. Not that anyone in a position of ability should need to be told as much, but it bears repeating. Anyway, first things first. To camp, broken glass. Sweets. Now we can teleport back over there. Yet again. Makes sense. Because that teleporter didn't take us to, like, going to the moon didn't take us anywhere, like, close, but I'm sure they created a way for that to make it be possible. That weapon is pretty sweet. Okay. At last, you have returned. It's good to see you all again. No worse for your lunar adventure, I hope. Oh, little do you want to know. Be here to find out. We've done what we can for now, and believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, might you tell us what become of Garlemald in our absence? We succeeded in subduing the tempered inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who were already in our custody, the number requiring care has grown exponentially. They almost the Tower of Babel? Okay. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here, and so we have petitioned the aid of allied nations. Some are understandably hesitant to proffer assistance, particularly those that were recently subject to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatments. With the assistance of your fellow Scions, we endeavor to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of their tempering. Will all the temper be relocated? Not all, no. We have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatment has begun, and enough healers have volunteered to remain until their patients have recovered. Julius is one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it was a miracle he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alphino and Alize's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today. In light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decisions regarding Garlemald? Given the tremendous ramifications of what has happened here, it will take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every other tower has vanished? For mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as you experienced in Thavnir. Those who were trapped within them have been rescued and are receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the Beast Tribes have received instruction in the magics needed to cure tempering. All the towers are gone now? Master Montoya is no doubt thrilled that Mother Porxia affords her so many visitors. Yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts as well as those of our comrades near and far. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of temper has been completed. That's fair. Lucy and I will remain, along with a small force, to continue offering aid to those here in Garlemald. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home. I believe that accounts for the recent events here, so what of the Moon and the Telophoroi? Honestly, we didn't really experience any Telophoroi except for killing Daniel and Zodiac and whatnot, but I mean, we'll see what they say. The final days. Gods, I prayed your victory would mark the end of our troubles. There is still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I will send word forthwith. We'll also release your fellow Scions from their present duties, that they may return to Sharlayan. Your energies are better spent finding the means to avert the coming apocalypse. Speaking of your fellow Scions, you'll be happy to hear that Mistress Cryo, though still on the mend, has been moved to the Valdesian Annex and given into Tataru's care. Nice. Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return. Let us be on our way then. One last thing, if I may. After your confrontation with Zodiark, you said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood he's returned here to Garlemald. I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts, but first wish to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so. If they found him, they would not likely be able to pull the tail. Yeah, no matter what the case is. Xenos is on another level of crazy. I suppose you're right. To dispatch good soldiers in pursuit of such a beast would be to send them to their deaths. Pray forget I entertained the notion. While on the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounce the Crown Prince and condemn his role in the Emperor's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and its continued use only serves to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he's been declared Xenos Viator Galvus, outcast and enemy of Garlemald. Holy sh... Daniel is no more, and now his own people turn against him. It seems he's not but his bloodlust to keep him company. Better than that in an army to see... Better than an army to see it sated. At any rate, I will not keep you longer. I pray you safe passage back to Sharlayan. So ultimately, Xenos is literally by himself. Completely isolated. He has nothing going for him except for the Telophoroi. But the thing is that the towers are gone. He has literally nothing. The only thing that remains is the fact that that Fandaniel is causing the disruption of the final days by means of everything that kind of persists around. But even still, though, there's nothing that he's by himself. He's completely alone. I mean, let's just keep playing. I was gonna go do that quest in the southeast, but he's completely and utterly alone. It's literally just him. So like, what's gonna happen then? Like, if there's no tower, he has nothing. There's no towers. Fandaniel's dead. All the beast tribes that were related to the primal lunar versions are all gone. The moon's been quelled. So like, how is he even a threat besides the fact that he's a reaper? Welcome back. We're so terribly worried about you. Well, it's good to see you back to normal, Cryo. Though it was pain, I caused my own fair share of worry, and for that I apologize. Heidelin called to me that day when you entered the Tower of Babel. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the light stream towards Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of ether, so exhausted that I can only laugh, for it was in that moment I understood Raha's weariness from the Tower of Zod. Would that I could laugh at a time like this, though we prevented Zodiac from being unleashed upon the world. I'm curious to know what else took place there on the moon. Perhaps we should wait for the others to join us to give your account. Let us reconvene in the main hall once you're arrived. I don't see. The thing is, I don't know how this is gonna progress any further because I've been like minorly, and I mean like minusculely spoiled that like this was crazy, but the next part is even crazier, and the ending is insanity. So like, what's possibly gonna happen in this case scenario? Like, how does it go from 0 to 100? We've gone from like 100 to 70 to 40 to 10 to 0, right? But like, something's gonna happen where it literally spikes back up. Cause His impact was not as powerful as I kind of surmised it to be, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's not, like, without a plan. We'll find out. I have no idea. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Not at all. We understand you've been quite busy. Will Oriange be joining us? Nope, that means the moon. Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid, though I can explain why. Better than he. We saw a bunch of rabbits in the moon, and holy crap, we killed, you know, all this nonsense, and now we're back because, you know, reasons of unknown. Actually, the reasons are definitely not unknown, but for lack of a better term. The final days as befell Amarat. And we are to escape via the moon? What are the source's reflections? I have no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. So how do we stop this? Unfortunately, we have no answers at present. If the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Amarat, the solution will be to alter the flow of ether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiac, sacrificing half the star's population in the doing, but it should go without saying that such a sacrifice must not and cannot be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days, a feat which even the Amarantians could not accomplish. Right, because they don't even know the source that happened to why the whole thing happened in the first place. The final days occurred for a reason we have yet to even figure out. That they also haven't even figured out, and it's been 12,000 years since it's been the case. Like, what? Unfortunately, we found no clues in Mare Lamentorum. There is still much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Amarantians' creation magics, but we command no such power, which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past, and thereby form some resemblance of a plan. Perhaps we should start with the form, then. Having worked with the Love Princess in secret all this time, there is surely more they can tell us. We're getting in touch with urgent news. The form is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside, some sort of announcement. What is Father up to now? There's only one way to find out. A public announcement? But like of what though? They've gotta be okay, because the Loppers obviously have informed the forum. They're probably gonna start trying to evacuate.
Order, I say. I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sessiion, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Talopheroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
They put the lock.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared.
They've known all along.
The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions, and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
He's in charge of the entire thing.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sessiion has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
remember what Mother told us when we visited home. That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
He's been doing it for them this entire time.
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave. Thank you. I shan't be long.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sessiion, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures, and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? Having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex, to prepare for tomorrow.
Understood. The The ethereal sea was a path to Hydaelyn this entire time? Crowds held to the forum made a rather momentous announcement, so there is to be a great exodus, is there? I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the Isle of Val. The realization, the running, the mixture of relief and regret after... Why me? I asked myself. Why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over the cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here, and we'll get through this together. And who knows, maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as much. Oh, but enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chamber awaits. Moon Saga complete. A visitor knocking at your door. Let's see. Oh.
You're still awake. Good. Might I trouble you to stand still for a moment? Nothing appears out of the ordinary. A precautionary measure. You will recall that serving as a vessel for abundant light in the First very nearly ended poorly. In your recent battle on the Moon, you were almost certainly exposed to similar, if not greater, forces. Fortunately, from what I can see, you and your ether are none the worse for wear. Would that Reen were here to confirm my assessment. To think you actually found yourself in a direct confrontation with Zodiark. As if Xenos gallivanting about in your body was not misfortune enough. Did you so grossly offend every single deity in a past life that they saw fit to place a curse upon your soul? Forgive me. That was in poor taste. I recall vividly how battered and broken it was in the depths of Amarant. Would that you could have seen it with your own eyes. Mayhap then you would understand why the greater part of me is glad you did not. It was a horror beyond description. Promise me you will be careful, that you will seek my counsel if you feel unwell. That puts my heart at ease, if only a touch. I suspect it will grow colder as the night wears on, so do be sure to stay warm. Sleep well. May the shadows keep you.
I was ready for something to happen. A short while earlier in the Almegan Quarter.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsabar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and top of the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Elegana for the time being.
Another day, another commission of paramount importance. Well, what have we here?
No.
Hey, are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more. The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. Yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
This is what's happening. Fafnir? Wait, what? Okay. Oh, Adele, this is what's a call for you. I'm afraid we received another call for assistance. This one comes from Razad Khan. The others have assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them. Something is happening with the people. Well, how? This is Fandango's plan, but... Ah, there you are. Our worst fears have come to pass, but moments ago we received grim tidings from our contact at Razad-Han. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns above them. Good gods, are the final days already upon us? It would appear so. Sadly, that is all the information we have at present. No doubt the people of Razahan are busy fighting for their lives. We must go at once and need our help. Agreed. Kral, you best remain here while Tataru and gather what knowledge you can. You are in no condition for a long journey, I imagine. Very well. Similar phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. Be safe out there, yes? Let us make for Yildirimad. Yildirimad. We must prepare ourselves for what may lie ahead. But what happened that all of a sudden this is occurring? Because I mean, I'm well aware that Zodiac's bringing about something, but I don't know. I would rather accompany you to Davnir, but Rahad concerns me over that. I think I want to be as a burden. Since so, I will remain here with the tower and get through what else I can to serve. In ancient times, the phenomenon was first observed in places where celestial currents had grown the weakest, which seemed as though stagnancy of ether in the skies above Razahan, unbeknownst even to Vitra. If this calamity has indeed come to Davnir, it's all too lucky that Corvus across the strait finds itself in a similar predicament. Even now, it remains an imperial province, and as such, it may become time until we can ascertain the situation there. We can only hope that Cryo and Tataru will provide us with insight soon, rather than later. If the might of Vitra is not able to hold these fiends at bay, Razahan is in dire straits indeed. We must go at once. With the fall of the tower in Davnir, the Hainish were beginning to enjoy a semblance of peace, and now this. We do not wield the creation magics that the ancients did, yet still these abominations appear? What could ever be the cause? No similar creatures have been sighted here in Charlie, and that said, the early signs may manifest in other regions ere long. We must be prepared for every eventuality. I'm glad for Krau's support. I'll also call upon the Ori Bowler and the others to assist us. They will be our eyes and ears in the field, as they have been many times before. Okay. This is not the music I was expecting. But it's appreciative nonetheless. Doesn't it take us back to Limsa? Right. We teleported over there. Yeah, no. Ah, there it is. Personally, I didn't want to just teleport over there.
And lo, vile beasts did rise.
our sins ascend unto the heavens.
3 dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends. Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The large one's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlinot. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Everyone has assembled, yes? I thank you for lending us your aid in our battle against the blasphemy. Let us review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around to the north side of the island. There you will find a dense jungle we call Vinaspati. is a sacred wood home to many temples and a number of villages. Vitra and the Radiant Host have gone there ahead of us. I ask that you join them and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy. Wow, the dungeon already here. Holy. Holy crap. Okay. Is that Vitra? I think that's Vitra.
My friends, heed me. These are children of Fafnir. Forgive me. I could do them no.
I understand. Holy. What the? Okay, I do not understand. Oh, I guess I did actually get it. I wasn't thinking too much about it, but it actually does make sense. That's kind of nutty to think about. Oh my goodness, really? That was way... Okay. Fair enough. I'm overly focused. Also, the Matanga transforming into mom thing, that one hit me hard. That hit me hard. Hey, let's go. Hey, this is a good way to enjoy Sunday. So I hope you enjoy that bottle, dude. Of course, right? There. I was totally supposed to just turn away and wait. Wait, do you see that? That thing is big. Okay. Up this way and over. that one absolutely annihilated my face off. For reasons why. Okay. Nope. I'm with you. What happened that hit me? I got hit twice and it died. Okay. Try this. Thank you. Ethereal disruption. Okay, so then if I get opposite. Oh. Okay. Okay, so then moving to top. Oh! Alright. For the record, I backed up with the moron, not needing to back up. I tried to be cool and epic and got killed in the process. Yeah. That wasn't supposed to go down the way that it did. Oh man. Cool factor doesn't win fights. You are absolutely correct. I should have just stuck with the mechanic that I already was aware I had to do, but tried to like reverse forward momentum backflip into the right place and it backfired. So, we're not doing it again. Because it was completely unnecessary. Alright. Third time is potentially the charm. Alright. She's been trying to hit the LB for a minute. Wait, what? That was not an LB that I was expecting to see. You feel like an LB3 looking move. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to like go back and check that out. Whew. Well, I'll tell you what though, after trial and error. I was not supposed to die the second time around, but it's okay. Victory is still assured. I'm on a little calm I haven't been in a long time. While I'm sore. I mean, who's keeping score? Ooh, this weapon looks freaking sick! I like this weapon. I like this weapon. This weapon is tight. Hey, honestly, I could join you in that. That's good. I'm glad to hear that, honestly. We all need to kind of let the stress go away for a while.
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Mm-hmm. Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
They were just created?
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhaps so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable.
Literally had zombies.
Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, I-One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it will do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here. It's the last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. we'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you love.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
I fear it is as Vithra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
All life must end in death, yet death in turn gives birth to new life, such as the flow of ether. I think that natural cycle has been cut off. The very thought makes me shudder. They're practically zombies. Like just, they're zombies. It's crazy. After so long, wow, can't talk right now. After so long and so many sacrifices, we finally found a way to cure the temper for these poor souls. They vanished without a trace. Is there truly no saving them? While Sessiion and Vithra defend Vartaha from above, we on the ground must find a means to prevent these transformations, and soon. The stillness in the air puts me ill at ease. We must be wary. Worry not, I can see your ether and that of our companions. We have not suffered the fate of those unfortunate souls. Our radiant host has eliminated the immediate threat to the city, though it pains me to know those beasts were once my own people. There is no telling when or where the next transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant and steel ourselves for whatever is yet to come. Okay, that's crazy. A lot of it. Okay. With that in mind, ends the third dungeon of the expansion. And tomorrow we will absolutely continue this moving forward and see just what awaits. So, that being said, thank you everyone for tuning in. Digital. Pleasure to see you again, my friend. Enjoy that bottle. And if anything, do feel blessed at mind with stress. Everything is gonna be okay, bro. I can assure you. Ooh, so sorry. Food. But that being said, yeah, like I said, everyone, take care. See you guys all tomorrow. And, we will continue. Likewise, my friend. You have a good one as well. See you guys later.